First thing he's done. You can't. Oh, I know. That's about the way you just, the way you just.
Bert, don't be telling me all cell phones off.
You don't, when you get the call.
Make sure all cell phones are off, okay?
Okay, let's go on the record, please. Clayton Circuit Court is now in session. Cory Beardsley.
In the back.
Mr. Stockton, the case that you wanted to take in the last is the
Well, if we
transport.
have a hearing on it, it's gonna take a while. That's the Kenton case.
What case?
The Kenton case. It's out of custody.
Okay, let me mark with you. Are you Cory Baird?
Cory Bard.
Pardon? Bard, Cory Bard. Yes, sir. You born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits social security number 0642.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. You were here in 24 CR 0028 and 24 CR 0039. You have a motion, council?
No, Your Honor, I think it was just to get him on the docket for today.
Well, do we have a plea?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we've got a motion to enter guilty plea and stipulate competency, yeah.
This is a felony plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just been informed that a motion has been filed. Says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Will this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person we just identified in 24 CR 0028 39?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Okay, have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky, the United States Constitution before I can accept the plea. I need to know that you understand those.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through them and I'll ask you. You have right not to testify against yourself. No one can make the same thing. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to apply the Commonwealth and prove the unreasonable doubt that you get the charge. You understand that any guilty plea needs to rebut all those rights.
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may apply any range of sentence that I below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will waive the pre-sentence investigation report on the probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Step to your left here. Mr. Hunley.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to indictment number 240039, of charge of escape second degree with a persistent felony offender, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. On a plea of guilty to indictment number 240028, charge of arson in the third degree and a persistent felony second, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. The 10-year sentence in case number 24039 and case number 24028 shall run concurrently for a total of 10 years, probated for 5 years with probation supervised. Defendant shall receive credit for time served of 401 days and shall be released from incarceration upon final sentencing. Defendant shall be referred to a social service clinician and shall follow all the recommendations of the clinician. Defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the case disposed of in a manner according to law.
You come back around. Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended today?
Yes, sir.
Do you plead guilty of your own free will because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
When your constitutional rights have explained, still your desire to go forward and enter a plea without the court to fix your punishment.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by entering a guilty plea and future convictions of felonies could be enhanced, just like these will be?
Yes, sir.
Enhanced again. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
That's your signature on the docket.
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea or pre-sentence investigation report to be. Let's see. April 10th, is that right? April 10th. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you pick up the plea? Gary Boer. Gary Boer. Gary Boer. Are you Gary Boer?
No, yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You were born in 1978.
Yes,
The
sir.
last 4 digits, social security number 4338.
Yeah.
You're on 25 CR 001 for pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is the case that came up through district court on information indictment. My understanding is he entered the plea and was going to set it for sentence. And in the meantime, he had some other charges pending in district court, which could have been felonies, but they've been taken care of as misdemeanors. I just asked that the court proceed with this case and sentence. We'll see how he does.
Has he had a pre-sentence investigation report
Now
done?
that I don't know.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, we haven't received a copy of it.
Well, I mean, I may have it, but I didn't prepare it for today because it's on the pre-trial.
Yeah. Do you have a copy of the pre-sentence investigation?
I probably have it on my laptop somewhere.
I can get it. Somebody said, and I'll print it.
Is this a rocket document?
It was, you know.
What were the other charges?
It was theft of identity and a credit card, and it got amended to a misdemeanor district court, I think just a regular P-button misdemeanor. And since I didn't deal with it, I was going to stick by my agreement. And he's gonna be on probation, so. Prove it.
Tell me the facts of the case.
This is, give me that file back. This is a possession case with yeah, 10th of a gram of methamphetamine. Officer went to his house and got a search warrant and found 2 empty small baggies and 1 baggie contained a 1 gram of methamphetamine.
Now, I previously rejected this plea agreement.
Oh, okay, and that was probably, the reason was because of the pending case in district court. So if you want us to start over, we can, or however you want to do it. I'm not gonna let the case in district court have any bearing now at this point in time, since it wasn't waived to the grand jury and sent up to us.
Well, that's the problem we have with rocket docket, is they leave the misdemeanors down there.
Well, this is a totally separate case.
Oh, it was?
Yes, it was an F case, amended to a misdemeanor in district court. The theft of the credit card was.
Says the original complaint is, we went to talk to Mr. Boer about a armed robbery. He was a possible suspect. When I knocked on the door of the building, Mr. Boer refused to open the door. Mr. Boer, y'all are keying the mic over there. Y'all are keying the mic. Mr. Boer, stated through the door that he does not know Gary Boer, but about 10 minutes, Mr. Boer stated through the door that he does know. One word with the same. If I've read anything to him yet, I don't think I have. The motion's been tendered, says you wish to guilty plea. Is that correct? So are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? No, sir. It's plea freely and voluntarily given. Yes. Are you the same person that you just identified in 25 CR 001? Yes, sir. Is your judgment impaired today? No. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you're satisfied with his advice? Yes, sir. Have you viewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case? Yeah. You've got a guilty plea today. Certain rights in the Kentucky United States Constitution. Yeah. Before I do that, if you're fully informed of the case, tell me what you did. What did you do with Scotty plea guilty?
They found
Do what?
they found something when they come to question me about something I had nothing to do with, really. They had come question me that night over that armed robbery just because it was a tall person. And I had nothing to do with it at all. I really didn't, sir. On my woman in the bed when they come. And they went through the building there, and I was outside, and they found something in the building I was staying at. They got taken up, this little girl in too. I just told them to take me, sir. But I had nothing to do with no robbery. I wouldn't harm no old person. I swear. I wouldn't do nothing like that, sir. Anybody knows me knows I'm not like that.
So you're pleading guilty to possession and what do you?
Yes, sir.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Yeah. I would assume, I don't really know whether we went down through this last time because it was a docket thing.
I mean, plea had been entered and then had it set for sentence and I filed a motion to review because of the new.
Do you think we went through this last time?
We did.
We'll go to the pre-sentence investigation. You're aware of your rights.
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed this pre-sentence investigation report with the showing?
I have, Your Honor.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
The reason why it should be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Should receive 2 years probated to 4 years. Supervisors should be referred to social service clinician. Follow any directions. What's the court cost in this case?
$155.
You need some time to pay that. $155.
Yes, sir. If you don't
Okay, well, I'll let the first payment be done 30 days from today of $30. You pay $30 every month, 5 months, you get it paid full, okay?
Thanks, sir.
Do you leave the probation parole officer?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, and Dailey. Commonwealth versus Dailey 24 CR 0079. Are you Justin Dailey? Yes, sir. Born in 1989. Yes, sir. Last 4 digits, social security number 6037. Pre-trial conference. Brown, Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case?
I don't know if Mr. Rutherford wants one more pre-trial conference or if we need to set a trial.
What's the charge here?
It's right.
I believe we could set a trial date for it.
You have a charger for one of these old iPhone things, with a little bitty narrow ones. Is there any forensic evidence here?
No, Your Honor.
March 20, look, on March 25th, we have a trial over in Monroe County. Is that gonna go? Commonwealth versus Shirley?
Now, the life extender's not, but
We can set it on that day.
I don't know if I could be ready. I guess I've got a child in foster care somewhere
Okay, all right.
in Eastern Kentucky. We've got some other people that said 25th, that'll be.
About April and 9th.
That should be.
That works for me, Your Honor.
Now, are there any elections that you have to make on the same?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Jane, Haly Harbor. Commonwealth versus Haly Harbor. 22 CR 0069 for Sidwell. 24 CR 0089 for pretrial conference. Now, does this proposed sentence, is it wrapped in 24 CR 0089 disposed of it too?
We don't have us for 24 CR 89.
Well, that's the new charge,
Yes, that's
but the other sentencing we have is 22 CR 0039. She was on a pretrial diversion.
yeah, it's going to run consecutively with that.
Okay. Well, I have to let her enter a plea on the second one. The motion's been tendered. It says you wish to enter guilty plea to that today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Plead freely, voluntarily entered.
Yes.
Same person we just identified in 2 cases, 22 CR 0039, 24 CR 008.
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed these matters with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand you don't have to enter guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. I'm gonna go over those rights. And I'll ask you to understand. You have the right not to testify against yourself, no one can make a saying, you right to speak, I would jury. I have the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront prosecution, all witnesses, call testify against you, the right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor. Right to kill us no matter how court you lose, right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're the charge against you, understand. If I enter you plead guilty, give up, that's right, you understand that?
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation by man applying range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll have the pre-sentence investigation. In this case, it's already been done because you come back and you go to the case. Have you reviewed the pre-sentence investigation?
Yes.
Seem to be appropriate.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the event that I do not accept the recommendations, the Commonwealth impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea, go, maybe a step to the left here. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor, for indictment number 24 CR 89, upon a plea of guilty to tampering with prisoner monitoring device, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. This 1 year sentence shall run consecutively with Clinton indictment number 22 CR 39. The Commonwealth opposes probation, short probation.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the new indictment?
Yes.
Do you plead guilty of your own free will because you are guilty, correct?
Yes.
Your Constitutional Rights Act explain to you, is it still your desire to proceed
Yes.
without a court to fix your punishment? You understand that by entering this guilty plea, in addition to the other plea, you have these convictions to be used in the future to enhance the range of penalties. Is that your signature on the plea agreement?
Yes.
I'll accept the agreement. Now, Counselor, you said that she had reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report down at probation parole.
Yes, Your Honor.
You found it to be substantially correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
On October 10th, 2024, a pretrial diversion was granted and the Commonwealth recommended a sentence of 5 years pretrial diversion. On February 6th, 25, the pretrial diversion was void. I now sentence you to 5 years on the first indictment number, which is 22 CR 0039, and an additional 1 year consecutive on 24 CR 0089. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, are you waiving sentencing on the new case?
I just sentenced you on both of them.
Okay.
Because both of them are included in the pre-sentence investigation report. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll need to make sure the judgment reflects that. Jamie Harold. Commonwealth versus Jamie Harold, 24 CR 0081. You are Jamie Harold. Good morning. You born in 1977. Last reported. This is your Social Security number 3525. You're on a pre-trial conference, Mr. Stockton. You're come around. What do you have here?
I think this Tarra wants trial, it's fine.
What's the charge?
Theft of a handgun, possession of a gun, like the big gun.
You said the 25th of March would be okay? Is that right?
Yeah, it's fine. The prosecuting victims in some respects, as long as we can get in touch with her, we'll be able to back. Is he wanting separate trials or is he wanting to combine all this? You got possession of a handgun, a convicted felon, you got the theft. I'll probably need to make an election if you got.
What was that day again?
We try both at once.
I both of it once I'll get down the road.
You can't try both of them. I mean, it's highly prejudicial on the other one. You know, that, because they get a criminal record. Okay, in front of them.
To one side, I'll decide which one.
They all like one or the other. Maybe when you try one of them, you can enter a plea on the other one if it doesn't come out successfully. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Rose, can I?
Nathaniel Johnson. Do what?
I want to ask you, can I get my bond reduction or something?
We can't on a handgun thing, but that's the reason I gave you such a speedy trial. All right,
I think.
yes. Nathaniel Johnson. Nathaniel Johnson. Are you Nathaniel Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Morning. We're here on 25 CR 002. We were born in 1986.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9661.
Yes, sir.
What's the problem I have to say about this?
I made an offer. I don't know if it's gonna be accepted. I guess we need to try it.
What's this charge?
Working in a house, stealing minor personal property, items, living prison skills, so. Getting out.
Well, that'll go well in front of the jury. You know, so. How much front time do you need for this?
Your Honor, would it be possible to get another pretrial conference and negotiation day on this one?
That's fine. But he's not going to be marked.
Well, what's the, what is the conference?
It's April 3rd at 9.
April 3rd at 9 AM and the next court date is April 10th. Okay. 3rd, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
James McIntosh. James McIntosh. Are you James McIntosh?
McIntosh.
Excuse me, McIntosh.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me. Good morning. Were you born in 1962?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3474.
Correct.
We're here on 3224 CR 009 for pre-trial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
I thought we had a plea, but I've just been informed that it's not been accepted, so.
What's the charge?
Looks like the charges would be one and dangerous first degree. And it was gonna be a pre-trial version. 5 for 5.
This is the case where the delivery, person who's a juvenile was taken to because Mr. McIntosh, the alleges, threw a gun on him on the side.
And your client's turning down a pre-trial diversion?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you need an evaluation.
Well, if I can proffer an explanation, I'd be happy to.
Do what?
I said, if I can proffer an explanation, I'd be happy to.
Well, you need to talk to your attorney, but I can't dismiss the case without the Commonwealth attorney being involved. What they've done is offered you a diversion. You turn that down, which is your perfect right to do that. We'll just try it. An explanation that you can offer will be to the jury. The Commonwealth is in charge of the prosecution.
Correct.
What about April the 11th? You got a trial on the night, and you got legal day, and then you got the 11th. Like Clinton County, it doesn't seem like it's very common.
That might be a time ago. I might be short staffed.
Okay.
I prefer these are probably sooner than later.
They don't have court here on Wednesdays, do they? How about the 16th? The 16th would be better. Huh. We'll do a pretrial on that on April the 10th.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and your trial date's April the 16th. I got you speedy trials. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Dale Morales. Are you Dale Morales? Did I say your last name? Yes, sir. Morning. Morning. This is 24 CR 0094, come up with Bacon versus Dale Morales. Mr. Morales, you born in 1962? Yes. Last four digits, social security number 9360. Excuse me? 9360, last four digits. Yes. Security number. We're on a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth has say?
Your Honor, we have another pretrial on this.
April the 3rd, pretrial, next court date's April the 10th. I did hear.
Thanks for the negotiation day. April 10th.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Colton Randolph. Is this the last prisoner they have here? Cromwell versus Colton Randolph, 24 CR 0087. Are you Colton Randolph? Yes, good morning. Were you born in 2006? Last four digits, social security number 4446. You're here on a pre-trial conference for the Commonwealth.
The victims improved on this, so I'll be ready on the 3rd. We can either resolve this case or we'll go to the trial date the next motion.
April 3rd negotiation. And April the 10th for the next court date, okay? Okay, that takes care of all the transported prisoners out of custody. Isaiah Garman. Hello versus Isaiah Garman, 24 CR 0080. Are you Isaiah Garman?
Yes,
Are you born in 2001?
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 1566.
Yes, sir.
Here for pretrial conference, what's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're in the process of trying to get text messages from the right, and I think we've done all we can do. And I told Mr. Poindexter if we have one more pre-trial, we'll try to.
Negotiation day on April the 6th, the next court appearance on April the 10th, both of them conditions your bond.
Or just say April 6th.
April 3rd.
Oh, okay.
April 3rd.
And Your Honor, the 10th, I'm gonna be out of town for spring break. We do May?
That's fine with me. That's all right.
May the 8th.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You want to move the negotiation to May?
Now let's go with the 3rd. Let's go where we're going.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had.
April 3rd and May the 8th. Yes, absolutely. See. Brian Gross. Brian Gross.
I spoke with him this morning. He said he was gonna be on his way. So maybe he's just running late.
He is on his way. Mrs. Robert Harris is active warrant out for Robert Harris.
Put him in CIC.
Michael Likens.
I think we continue that case. He broke his femur, I believe it was, and he was in the
Mr. Stockton.
Somerset Hospital.
That's the story we trying to tell, so I believe.
Well, I sent the message to him.
No,
Yeah.
well, if you did, I would
Okay.
say, I.
Yeah.
What's the charge? What's the charge?
He's charged with, theft of a. And also an assault case, it'll be dismissed pursuant to the victim request in this case.
Was it assault with a weapon or?
It was, and I've met with the victim. He's incarcerated in Wayne County and basically he doesn't want to pursue it. He basically will be 3-on-1 testifying against the victim and he wants to move on. That's. So, now I've got to, well, I've got to tell him the court, so what's going to happen. I don't know who's to blame. I know the victim's got their side and the other three's got their side. One of the people involved, his sister, so he doesn't.
Where is Mr. Lyons?
I'm sorry, Your
Where is Mr. Lyons?
Honor, as far as I know, he's still in the Somerset Hospital. Where he was a few days ago. He fractured his femur.
We should have somebody call up and see if he's still up.
They'll tell us, yeah. Call him.
Zachary Mark. Commonwealth versus Zachary Mark. 25 CR 011 on protected Markham.
Yes.
Were you born in 2006?
Yes.
Last 4 digits of social security number 8525. Do you have an attorney?
No.
You fill out a form. Go with her to fill out a form, see if you're eligible. Destin Posy. Commonwealth versus Destin Posy. 25 CR 001. Are you Destin Posy?
Yeah.
You born 2004?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 0575. Do you have an attorney? Do you have an attorney? And you filled out a form?
No,
Did you represent the district court?
I did, Your Honor.
I'll continue the representation. You have a right to remain silent. I'm gonna arraign you here. If you have any questions, stand back and talk to your attorney. The grand jury of Clinton County has charged you with torture of a dog and cat. You understand what the charge is?
Yeah.
You have the right to remain silent. Counsel, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Posey, you're seated at the wait formal reading and arraignment, interplea not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Posey, I'm giving you a set of reciprocal discovery order. Requiring the Commonwealth to give you all the information they have about your case, prepare for the trial. You'll be here on April the 3rd for negotiation, and your next court date's April the 10th.
All right.
Jimmy Poyer. Jimmy Poyer. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Poyer, 45 CR 0008. Are you Jimmy Poyer?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1986?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 8306.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you have a job?
I was currently working, it was
You what?
excuse me,
I can't hear you.
I was working third shift, my mother's sick, and I'm at stay at home with her. I tried to have my schedule switched. It became a hassle, so I'm pursuing employment daytime. So I'm gonna be with her during the night.
Where were you working, Hagan?
I was working at Tyson, yeah, third shift. I asked to be switched, it was a hassle, they gave me a run around. And, you know, she's priority over that job. She's got all kinds of health complications. She's 71 years old. She can't be left alone through the night.
I'm 71 years old, and I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, well, she's a lot worse off than you are.
You don't know how out that I am. You just know how bad off she is.
Yes, sir.
Well, I won't go into the medical details, but I'll appoint you public advocate.
But I am pursuing employment.
And I'll reserve for later date whether I'm gonna be a partial fee assessment.
Does your mother live out in Maynard?
My mother lives at 153 Holy Temple Road.
You have a right to make silent. The grand jury of Clinton County is returning it out, charging you with criminal mischief in the first degree, criminal trespass, third degree, leaving the scene of an accident, wanton endangerment, being persistent felony that sheriff still have those charges on it.
Yes, sir.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order. Okay, it was scheduled a negotiation day on April 3rd and the next court date's April 10th. Now we've got a motion to revoke bond here. On this case.
Couple of problems.
Okay,
First of all, he was
y'all move over this way.
placed on home incarceration in district court as condition of bond. And looks like he was at Albany Manor twice without permission, and also at Save a Lot at 11:10 p.m. And then I don't know what happened on his bond, but it looks like the surety bond was set, but he was able to sign his own bond with no assets or anything listed. I believe that was done for jail, from my understanding. So it may, I don't know, if it's the same as the ROR bond, when it should have been a 25,000 surety.
Yeah, Judge Lawson, I think,
Or
worked
25,000.
on that one, yeah.
25,000 is what I've got, surety. But he just signed it. So I'd say the bonds in that.
Tell me something about this.
I don't know a lot about it other than what's presented to the grand jury. Supposed to drove his vehicle through the yard of Eddie Bowman, rammed his vehicle into automobile occupied by Michael Gibson and Alexis Mark. And also came with it close to another vehicle. That's the reason he's charged with wanton endangerment and criminal mischief. Yeah.
And he's PFO'd on these or his previous felonies.
Here in Clinton County, had a manufacturing methamphetamine, had a 12-year sentence in 2016. I just wanted to abide the bond and then post the bond.
I'm gonna see. Can you find out what happened on the bond? Can you look at that?
check on book out and see what he's saying.
You got an ankle monitor on?
Yes, sir.
Here, it looks like he's on a 25,000 unsecured bond with an ankle monitor.
Yeah. Okay, well, the copy I had said 25 surety, you just signed.
I don't know why it was unsecured.
That's fine. He just needs to abide by his ankle monitor. If he's not, he needs to be in custody. So that's the problem we got. He's got Officer Book out here. He was at Maynard client, and he was at the sale lot at after, so I mean.
Your Honor, I'm not quite familiar with what he was doing, but I would just ask that we keep the bond the way it is, and I'm sure he would agree to follow the rules.
I don't know how the bond was set like this in the first place. If you alleged to drive a car over somebody, ram somebody, and try to assault somebody. What's that odd thing here? And then you get some unsecured $25,000 bond.
And he's not abiding by it.
He's not abiding by that. I don't know. Who's the officers? The city police or sheriff's department?
Thomas Maynard, sheriff, the sheriff department, yeah.
Yeah, he's not working. I don't know.
I have a new hire packet at the Dollar General. They said it'd take 10 days for a background check. Then I have application in at the Albany Building Center for a delivery driver. I spoke to Jack yesterday.
Or no tail lights, tail lights. And that was, I've got a dispatch box. But it's winter time, it's midnight, so leaving their house at 12:30 a.m. So we had 1,542 traffic points on them that day. What was that, 15? That's a lot. Okay. 1,542 in less than 24-hour period. And it's that's showing places all over Albany Manor at 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. And then Officer Parker stops me at right before midnight to save a lot.
I was trying to get my nephew to do something with it.
Which clearly violates common cardiology.
I'm gonna revoke your bond. You can take the ankle break and monitor off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be back here on April 3rd. For negotiation day in April, change the story. Emily Savage. Commonwealth versus Emily Savage. 25 CR 0004. You Emily Savage,
Yes, sir.
born in 2006.
Yes,
Last 4 digits, social security number 7828.
yes,
You have an attorney?
yes.
Who is it?
Cory.
So your case?
Yeah, I represented her at district court.
Okay, you're here for arraignment, Mrs. Savage, in 25 CR 0004. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with heresy, committing third-degree criminal mischief. You understand what those charges are? Counselor, you acknowledge the ability to apply and proceed that await formal reading, arraignment, interplea, not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
April 3rd for a negotiation day and April 10th. Both of these are conditions of your bond, okay? Senator Sidwell discovery order. Here you go. They'll give you evidence they have against you. Sharon Sidwell. How about versus Sharon Sidwell? Are you Sharon Sidwell?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. 24 CR 0054. Ms. Sidwell, were you born in 1970?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 7041. We're here for a pre-trial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Should have a plea.
We did.
It's a felony.
Have a trial.
Per-trial version. Per-trial version. Yeah. Just give it to one.
Ms. Sidwell, I've been informed that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I'm sorry.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely involuntary given?
I'm sorry.
Give her some of those. I'm having trouble speaking, so I'll give you some earphones. I understand the acoustics in here aren't good. State your full name,
Sharon L. Sidwell,
your year of birth.
3/14/1970.
Are you the same person that is indicted in 24 CR 0054?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Is your judgment impaired today? You know what's going on here?
Okay, now, I'm sorry. I
Is your
didn't,
judgment impaired in any way
oh,
today?
no, hon.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You have certain, you don't have to enter guilty plea, but you have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Where I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm gonna go over them with you and ask if you understand them, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, right, not testify against yourself. No one can actually say anything. Your right to speak trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Your right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Your right to produce evidence, your right to call witnesses in your favor. Your right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Your right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand
Yes, Your Honor.
that by entering a guilty plea, that you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
Now, we consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea. Understand that? Proceed to trial. Now, I'm gonna ask some qualifying questions. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have any felony convictions in the last 10 years? Are you currently on probation or parole?
No, sir.
You understand that if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you can have your record expunged. However, if you do not successfully complete the program, you'll be brought back in front of me and I could revoke the pretrial diversion, schedule a sentencing, you'll be a convicted felon. Do you understand that?
Yes.
We step to your left, please. What is the Commonwealth recommendation?
Judge upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of over 0.8 for a while under the influence of other substances First offense, the defendant shall pay a fine of $200 and costs. Upon plea of guilty, the failure to maintain automobile insurance, the defendant shall pay a fine of $500 and costs. Upon plea of guilty to possession of the controlled substance first degree, namely methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, supervised. The defendant shall be referred to a social service clinician and follow any and all recommendations of the clinician. She shall receive credit for time served, shall obtain gainful employment, or do a minimum of 30 hours of community service until gainful employment is obtained. And agrees that any evidence collected in this case be disposed in a legal manner.
Is that what you agreed to?
Well, yes, Your Honor, but, I had insurance. I had everything, but didn't have my possession, my license, but I had my insurance paperwork and everything.
Well, if Miss Sidwell would show up at the pre-trials and our negotiations, and we could discuss this, then we might know these things and she'd know to bring it. But she wasn't here the last time. So I gave her grace, but not asking for a arrest.
Well, where are your insurance cards and your registration?
And my cards I have at my house. I mean, but I can go here in town and get it right there at Somerset Old Davidson Insurance. I ain't never went
What
there.
I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and finish this. And if you bring the registration back and insurance, we can amend this judgment. Okay? Now you realize I'm pleading guilty to DUI, besides what I told you on the pretrial diversion a few months ago, the DUI is enhancement too. You understand? If you get another DUI, counts against you more. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended down?
No. Oh, what now?
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment?
Yes.
Okay. You doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
You know, your constitutional rights to explain to you, still your desire to give up those rights and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that your signature on the document? What are the
Yes, Your Honor.
total court costs? $1,320. Now, some of that's the insurance, right? If you bring that insurance up here, let's say in a couple of hours, within as soon as you get back up here, then 500 of that can come off.
Yeah, of course, we'll have to see that. We'll have to verify it.
Well,
In effect in time.
that's who she's bringing it to. She's bringing it to you.
Okay.
Not bring it to me, you bring a Commonwealth attorney and they'll inform me. So I'll let you start paying it $50 a month on that, and it'd be about, if the $500 comes off, what would it
It'll be $820.
$820 if the $500 comes off, it's still $50 a month. The first payment's due 30 days from today. Now, let me tell you something. When you got appointments to make, or you're supposed to be somewhere, you need to be there, just like that negotiation day. So it's 1,000 wonders that we didn't issue an arrest warrant for you for not showing up there.
Oh, I'll be there.
Well, you weren't there last time.
Where?
A negotiation day, there was a negotiation day that they say you didn't show up for. I'm not gonna do anything to you about it. But you go get that, you go get that stuff, and you need to meet with the probation parole officer.
Okay.
Give him some information. You'll be back up here within an hour after you get here, bring that proof of insurance back, okay, the registration. There he is right there. Wesley Stockton. Are you Wesley Stockton?
Yes. Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Stockton?
1984.
You need to speak up a little bit, okay?
1984.
What are the last 4 digits of social security?
4085.
You're here on a pretrial conference, what's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we met, and I made an offer Lyons negotiation with, supervision of the jail time and human service.
What's the charge?
For dollar, yeah, basically accuses $1. He's like, I made an offer, something like.
Yeah, Your Honor, the first time I actually spoke with Mr. Stockton was late last night. He didn't end up calling me. If I can just get one more
So
group
he
trial.
wasn't for negotiation, maybe.
No.
I guess from now on, I'm gonna get with Mr. Flowers, and who doesn't show up, I'm gonna have to arrest him. Yeah.
You tell me what happened again.
Well, he wasn't at the negotiation. I talked to Mr. Rutherford, so I didn't know he wasn't there. So he didn't talk to him the last night. So that was considered the offer or not. But from now on, that won't happen again. Mr. Flowers will take road, and if they're not there, I'll just call Ms. Thompson and ask for arresting. My time's.
When you're up here, you given dates. And you gotta be there. It doesn't matter whether you've talked to your attorney or you hadn't talked to your attorney, you're supposed to be where the court orders you. It happens again, jail, I hold you without bond until this is over. Are we understanding each other?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Negotiation day is on April the 3rd, and your next court appearance is on April the 10th. And you make sure you meet with your lawyer before April 3rd, so you'll know how to negotiate this, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. David Towery. David Towery. Commonwealth versus David Towery, 25 CR 0012. Are you David Towery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1998.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits social security number 9388.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a 25 CR 0012 for arraignment. You have an attorney. Did you have one in district court?
It's my first time appearing for those
Okay,
charges.
that's correct. Go over there and fill out that today. Huh? Gary. Commonwealth versus Derek Garin. 25 CR 00015. Are you Derek Garin?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
Supposed to be social security number 3465.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at your affidavit here. Do you receive any public benefits?
Do what, sir?
You receive any public benefits? Food, EBT,
Yeah.
food stamps,
Get food stamps.
housing assistance for rent,
No,
where you live?
I live with my grandma. I help take care of my grandma. She's, well, I mean,
You say you got no income, varies,
Yeah.
what's varies?
I'm self-employed. I've got a bill fence for a feller and a tree
Bill
tree.
what?
Bill fence,
Fence.
you know, and,
Okay,
Tree,
well,
tree.
I'll go ahead and appoint you public defender and I'll hold an abeyance for that. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with theft of lawful taking or disposition 2 counts and being a persistent felony offender on those charges. You understand what those charges are?
yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, and if pleaded not guilty, reserve on pretrial, all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Negotiation day on April the 3rd and next court day on April the 10th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'd suggest you try to get a job. It'd probably help.
Oh, I work about every day, but
Well, yeah, but you're not, here's the thing about it is, you work about every day, but you're not reporting any income on this thing here. Are you paying income tax on what you do, or you just putting it in your pocket?
I'm just putting it in my bag.
Well, you get in trouble doing that. You need to get you a job. just get a job somewhere, like where we can know you're working. It'll help you out in this thing. Am I right, Mr. Stockton? If you got him a regular job, probably help him out a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you.
Well, we're in all accord here. It's all hunky-dory. We'll see you next time. Also got David Tower too. Did I do David Tower? He's back there filling out the form. Michael Likens.
Your Honor, we determined he's at the Grant Rehab Facility in Williamstown. He's discharged from the hospital yesterday.
Mr. Cross, send proof.
I'm sorry.
You sent proof, I think.
Well, I sent you the medical records through March 7th. What I said, I don't have anything, of course, from
Is
this.
this a physical rehab place for his leg?
Says, I just got the medical record. I've been reading on my phone.
We sent Mr. Stockton his medical records through the
So it's
7th.
not a drug rehab place.
No, Your Honor. He fell on ice and broke his fingers.
Okay, we'll have him hit negotiation on April the 3rd and here in court on April the 10th. Here, who's gentleman sitting over here? This is Mr. Markham, Zachary Mark. You Zachary Markham?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Charcoal plant.
How much you making out?
An hour?
Now,
10.
yeah, I'm gonna appoint you public advocate. What do they pay Kegels to start? You know, you know,
The judge asked you a question.
what do they pay Kegels? Keystone, it's chicken plant. What do they pay at the chicken plant?
How much they pay there? 22 an hour?
Let's see. $10, $22.
I've been trying to go, I gotta get my photo ID. I gotta go, March 14th to get my permit, then I can start there.
Yeah.
I've been working on trying to work there too.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to figure out why a person hadn't.
Yeah,
22.
I've been trying to do that.
Okay, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County is returning to that and charge you with disorderly conduct, menacing, assault 3rd degree, and resisting arrest. You understand what those charges are?
Yes, Your Honor.
You acknowledge the identity of your client received out in the way formal reading or they're pleaded not guilty, the jury on pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order, Commonwealth has to give you all the information that they have to help you prepare for your case. You'll be back here on April the 3rd for negotiation and April 10th. It's your next court date, and both of those are conditions of your bond, okay? Now the let's set you just set you right. Is David Tower ready to go out? Mr. Towery, why aren't you working?
I'm an employee, tried to apply multiple places, and I don't know if it's health condition or what that I put down, but nobody right now is accepting.
Where did you apply?
I've applied like every fast food restaurant, Monticello, Tyson again. Maryland
Tyson turned you down?
again. And maybe because the number of times I've been there, I'm not sure.
Number of times what?
I've been employed with them.
You lost your job. What'd you lose your job for?
The last time I worked there, it was a medical leave. My paperwork got mixed up. I didn't know how many points I had. They didn't know when I was supposed to come back. It was because I had my appendix ruptured. And it just was a total mix up and I lost my job.
Yeah, I'll appoint a public advocate. Your right to remain silent. The grand jury, Clinton County returned an indictment charging you with failure to eliminate operating under the influence, possession of controlled substance, possession of drug. I'm saying a reciprocal discovery order. They'll give you all the information you have about the case. You go back here on negotiation day, 9 a.m. on April the 3rd. The next court date is on April the 10th. Both of the conditions you bought. Now, I would suggest by the time you come back in April, that you do points.
I'll work on it. That I will.
You just need to get serious about it. So it's usually if you got a pulse, that how you.
Only 1 foot
Do what?
with one of my condition I have, I think is why a lot of places have turned me down, but Tyson, like I said, I think is because of times I've been employed there. Because I am in heart failure. And I do put that down on my applications.
Nobody's gonna hire you if you put you in heart failure. So you provide medical records to your attorney, gonna share with the Commonwealth, keep it confidential.
Our office got notice the bond person want to come off the bond. I don't know if that's accurate or not. That's the notice.
Do what?
We will know about it.
Where did you get that information?
I
Who's on your bond?
I signed one, then when the other ones were a friend of mine from Monticello when I was incarcerated up there.
Oh, you incarcerated by itself.
Shoplifting.
Do what?
Shoplifting.
Oh.
Yes.
Who is that?
Friend of mine.
She won't talk for your bond?
I've not spoken to her. We've not spoken in a few days. Unfortunately.
Yes, you said the lady over here, she's sitting in the hall.
It's a person on his bond here in court.
She was here, then she left.
Haly. Then sign it for you. This is possible.
What's the Commonwealth have to say about this?
I don't know what to do about the bond.
Was
And then she told the lady in the first place she bought bonds.
was the shoplifting while he was out on bond here, the accusation about the shoplifting before?
No, I don't know. Pre-trial check, see.
Were you out on bond when
It was Zachary, yes, Your Honor.
the shoplifting was?
Yeah.
I would just have the court set a new bond and start over in this case. Somebody else can make the bond.
What was the bond previously?
$15,000.
Okay, I'm gonna reinstate a $15,000 surety with an ankle bracelet. Okay, you can get somebody else to make you bond. Okay, you're in custody of jail. Scotty Spears.
Plea, Your Honor, felony plea.
Is there anyone else here that needs to see the court on the docket this morning? Are you Scotty Spears?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
94.
What was your birth?
94.
Last four digits, your social security number.
9202.
Okay, you're here on 24CR0088. I understand you represent by Mr. Carlson. I understand you want to enter guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person listed in 24CR0088?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today when you
No.
can discuss these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence? You feel like you're fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to enter guilty plea today. You know that. You have certain rights in the Kentucky United States Constitution. Where I can accept plea in this case, I need to know that you understand those rights, okay? You have right not to testify against yourself. No one makes the same thing, right to speak, trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross examine all witnesses, call testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. You understand? So entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept it prior to accepting the recommendation. I will await a pre-sentence investigation report. Done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that? Step to your left, Mr. Gordon Anderson. What's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, third or greater offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 3 years, supervised. The defendant shall remain in the current treatment facility and complete the treatment. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The SCCY 9mm pistol CPXS with serial number C1444477 shall be returned to the rightful owner, Deborah Elmore. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above style case disposed of in a manner
And
that's,
what was going to be returned? What was it?
it's a 9mm pistol.
Was he charged with it?
He was.
Yes, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon.
I'm not, tell me about returning the handgun.
Your Honor, I probably know more about it than Mr.
Yeah, I
Scott and the Hornet Center. You wonder, me, but that's my credibility education as suspect. You may refer to Mr. Stockton with that.
The problem we got is he took his mother-in-law's car, there was a gun under the seat. I can't prove he knew that the gun was in there because when he got arrested for the drugs, the mother-in-law come out and said, oh, by the way, here's the gun under the seat. It was hers. So that's the problem. I can't prove that he was in actual possession.
Correct, Your Honor.
Did he have permission to use the car?
No. And that's the reason.
That's being dismissed because that's pretty gray area.
That's, he's in rehab, so that's the reason.
Go, continue.
Okay, the defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above stock case is disposed of in a manner that's consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency, and the defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours of community service per week until gainful employment is obtained.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes,
Are you doing so of your own free will?
yes, sir.
No, your constitutional rights explains it's still your desire to give up those rights, never plead guilty. Allow the court to fix your punishment for range committed by law.
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering this plea, any future felony convictions could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Or accept this plea order, pre-sentence investigation report can be done by probation and parole. And you come back here on April the 10th.
Thank you.
Your sentence. This is gonna be completely probated, was, so I can let him continue on the same bond.
Yes.
Is there any else here, any other live people here that see this?
Your Honor, Brian first.
Where's Brian?
You said, okay.
Commonwealth versus Brian Gross. Brian, where were you today, man?
I was having some car trouble. The person that gave me a ride, the battery went dead and it took us a little bit to get the battery.
Commonwealth versus Brian Gross. 24 CR 0041, 24 CR 0058. Were you born in 1985, Mr. Gross?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 231, draw the water.
Yes.
Draw the water. What is Commonwealth having this case?
I need to call that on 24 CR 31.
What is that?
It's the possession. He's got two possessions in the assault. He's a co-defendant, Mr. Lyons, just on this the assault case. But he doesn't want to be supervised on possession, so we'll just have a trial.
Theory, previous felon.
Still have to go. Court of Mr. Payne does.
None of them are, so you just get him on,
Legislature.
you just get him on possession, so you can't be like that.
But it can be used in the prison sentence.
Look, I haven't seen much discovery. They're changing different volumes and stuff. I haven't had a chance to, to talk to them about that.
April the 3rd is a pretrial and April the 10th. Does that take care of everybody? You be here at 9 a.m. Hey. April the 3rd, 9 a.m. negotiation, April the 10th, your next court date.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Russell County Detention Center.
Judge, I've sent them a text twice trying to get them on.
Do what?
I've sent them a text twice trying to get them on. I just sent another one to the jailer. What? What's again?
We must call somebody over there at Russell County.
County.
Okay, Russell County, thank you for being there. We need Candace Tweety.
Make sure you can hear us, Your Honor. Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah.
All right, here's Miss Tweedy.
Thank you so much. Commonwealth versus Candace Tweety for sentencing. 23 CR 0058. Are you Candace Tweety?
Yes,
You were born in 1997.
yes,
Last four digits, social security number 2464.
yes.
Your attorney is present on the line. Mr. Wilkerson. Mr. Wilkerson, are you on the line? When have you talked to Mr. Wilkerson?
No, not in a while.
No. So he hadn't gone over this pre-sentence investigation report with you?
No.
Okay, well, then we can't sentence you today. So I have to reschedule your sentencing for April the 10th, okay?
Okay.
Send Mr. Wilkerson a notice from here that we're gonna sentence his client on that date, and before that date, send an order before that date, he should go over the pre-sentence investigation report, whether be prepared for his sentence. Thank you very much. Charles Dickin.
Thank you.
Yeah, Charles Dickin.
Yes.
Yeah, are you Charles Dickin?
Yes, I am.
Were you born in 1961?
Correct. Yeah.
Last four digits, social security number 5978.
Yes.
24 CR 0043 and 24 CR 0044, both on probation revocations. What's the comment on that, sir?
Mr. Dickin has been assessed and accepted in the drug court on March 3rd, so we just release him to orientation.
Okay, Mr. Dickin, I've been informed that you've been accepted into specialty drug court. Did they vote him in yet, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, on March 3rd.
Okay, when's his orientation schedule?
He didn't mention it that day.
Yeah, I know Mr. Cross was sick that day. He didn't mention it, Ms. Thompson.
As soon as we find out your orientation day, which shouldn't be long, we'll let you out of jail a couple hours before that, so you can maybe go home and clean up or something before you go to that. It shouldn't be very many days.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Russell County, do y'all have anybody else that needs to see us today?
No, Your Honor, that's all that they sent me on the email that y'all needed to say.
Okay, thank you for your cooperation, maybe.
All righty, you all have a good day.
You too. Combo versus Kempton. Combo versus Kempton. Okay, what do we have, Mr. Henley?
Judge, it's a motion to revoke Mr. Kempton. I talked to Mr. Payne this morning.
Okay, this is 24 CR 00088.
Yes,
No, it's
the lady the other day, last month, had difficulty and couldn't talk, and that's why it was put off to today.
It's 23 CR 00030. Combo versus Jeremy Kempton. Okay, go ahead.
In the meanwhile, yesterday I went through the beginning of 200 pages of text messages. In my view, it certainly wasn't a one-way conversation. So I'm thinking that the outcome of this motion should see what happens in the district court on the harassing communications charge. Mr. Payne tells me that Mr. Kempton is out and he's working with
Who's this attorney?
Mr. Cross, I think is. I'm making your case for you.
This is Mr. Kempton. This is Mr. Kempton.
You're on the docket as his attorney.
Oh, yes, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Kempton.
You can tell Mr. Kempton that you're at the far front of Mr. Cross's.
Sorry, Mr. Kempton had been to see me and I said I would appear with you today, so. Go ahead.
I'm through. We want to put it off, Judge, until we see what happens to the misdemeanor charge that brings him here.
And I think that's appropriate. Yeah.
And at that time, if he's continuing to work and behave himself, we would move that the court, in order to dispose of this, put a requirement on him to have no communication with this young lady.
Barzine,
Wait.
That's why, okay.
Say Mr. Cross, tell it Mr. Cross.
Well, he can't do it for straight in order. You don't want anybody to initiate any contact with you, is what you're saying. I don't want no contact. Yeah.
Well, I don't say the woman's name or anything, but it would appear to me that it's kind of a fatal attraction situation. You ever heard of a moth to a flame?
That's why I'm on.
Okay, well, I would say that if you want to continue to enjoy your freedom, that you stay away or if find some other flame or moth, one or the other. I don't know. Okay.
That's what you want.
Well, he's currently in IOP and he goes to Monticello. Are you still 3 days a week?
I go to Albany 30 days a week.
Albany 3 days a week.
Well, you continue to do that and we'll pass over to redocument again.
All right. And you go in the office, get it.
Let's go off the record.
On court, before you got to report that. They will burn that budget for. Okay.
I ordered it. No, I said, the Broncos up here and sure so you did. He's an Abson. Thank you, Dad. David Brown. David Brown. What happened, David, that?
They failed to get him, they didn't know he was on this. They going back here. You tell him to bring John Maynard that picture. John Maynard? First. John Maynard, I've got for you. Wait a second.
Commonwealth versus David Brown. Are you David Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're on 22 CR 0016. You born in 1972.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3541.
Yes.
What's the Commonwealth have to say?
This is a motion to revoke probation based on a new felony arrest of theft at the Walmart in Monticello. Since this motion's been filed, I spoke with Mr. Rutherford, spoke with his mother. She's in the process of filing a petition regarding sheriff already. And based on my
Move over
conversations,
this way.
based on my conversations with her and Mr. Rutherford, I think he needs to be evaluated. KCPC.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I think we'll do one over Zoom.
We have to start with the video.
Okay, let's give me an order on the evaluation. We'll continue it until we have that evaluation. Eric Clavel. Commonwealth versus Eric Clavel, 19 CR 0060. You are Eric Clavel,
Yes.
born in 1974.
Yeah.
Last 4 digits, social security number 9699.
Yes.
Get an opportunity to go to the precinct's investigation, report number probation parole.
Yes.
Same, correct?
It is, Your Honor. We do have one small issue with it. I believe that he served more time than what it's currently showing time is in home incarceration.
Well, that'd be done, you could do administrative requests to do that, if you don't agree with what they say administratively, usually they change them. If they don't agree with that, then you can bring it back to me.
Judge, the issue is the home incarcerations with Mr. Bookout. He was up here today, so he hadn't had a chance to look at it. I've already spoke to him. He's gonna look at it and get it to our office, and if he's owed him, we'll get it updated.
Okay. Is there any reason why citizens should not receive them?
No, Your Honor.
Subject to that, the probation probe acknowledged they have included possibly some of that. The jury fixed replacement for DUI 4 at 2 years and resisting arrest 1 month. They should run concurrently for a total of 2 years. Okay.
And Your Honor, we just request the court to consider allowing him to serve time with home incarceration.
I don't do that with jury trials. Okay.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Mitchell Comstock. Mitchell Comstock. Commonwealth versus Mitchell Comstock. 25 CR 00. You Mitchell Comstock. Yes, sir. Young born in 1967. Yes, sir. Last 4 digits, social security. 8279. Yes, sir. You're the purpose of the arraignment. I'm going to appoint the public advocate to represent you. Here for arraignment, to right to remain silent. The grand jury of Hutchinson County has returned an indictment Ours, you would flee or evade police the first degree criminal mischief, operating a motor vehicle under the influence of the second degree, theft of law, taking disposition, burglary, first degree, wanton endangerment. Stop for serious and being a persistent felon under 6. Do you understand those charges?
No, not really.
Okay. Simply explain the charges. Sit with your lawyer. You understand what the charges are? Not asking whether you did it or not. But you understand what I'm talking about, okay. You acknowledge the addendum your client received in indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions if you not want to make on Mr. Homicide. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It was scheduled in April 3rd, negotiation day, and April 10th is the next day in court, okay?
Mr. Comstock wants to know if there's any possibility for bond reduction.
Well, you need to talk to Commonwealth, see if you can reach an agreement on that, yeah. So he won't do it right now, but he'll contact you back with you, okay? Thank you very much. Richard Ferguson. Are you Richard Ferguson?
Son, yeah.
You're here today on 25 CR 0010 for arraignment. Looked at your application for public advocate. I am going to appoint you public advocate. The grand jury of, you have a right to remain silent. I'm going to arraign you now. The grand jury of Clinton County returned an indictment charging you with possession of forged issue. You acknowledge the addendum your client received indictment, wait formal reading or in there, please not be able to reserve no pre-trial motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Scott scheduled in April 3rd, negotiation 9 AM and April 10th next. For damn sign of civil discovery order.
Your Honor, in the case in Cumberland County also, that he's already in Romania, and we discussed this, we did the negotiation March 21st, 9.
March 21st. Yeah. Okay, that'll still be for the next court date. Are those on checks too?
No, so it's not checked.
Okay. Good over. Thank you. Mitchell Finley.
Figured he's in custody. I mean, I always custody. I would. That right? What, see that? Come up there.
More, Mr. Finley. This is 25 CR 008 motion for evaluation. I will sign the order for evaluation. I don't know who else. Mr. Finley, I don't know whether they'll evaluate you on Zoom or whether they want to send you. Have to start out on Zoom. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, I'll sign the order. And then we'll see what the evaluation does before we address the bond, okay?
Well, if I may address the court, I think, Your Honor, the court may or may not be familiar with Mr. Finley's long history of mental health issues. The complaining witness in this case is available by telephone this morning. Mr. Finley was living with her and her boyfriend. She is going to seek guardianship and try to take him back. It really doesn't want to prosecute. But Mr. Stockton wants him evaluated first, and I respect that. But I really don't think it's good to keep Mitchell in jail. It's not good for him. It's not good for the facility. And if we can figure out a way to let him out on home incarceration while this is pending, I think that serves everyone's best interest there.
I guess my question is where you're gonna live them. So down there, the pressure bus. Is that what the victim?
Yeah.
That's the problem I have.
Well, I mean, she's going to seek guardianship.
No, it's not in place yet, though.
Well, it can be. I mean, I've just been waiting on court to see what we.
Well, I think, once she's a guardian.
She can proceed with her guardianship. Things she might be able to get it done before. We don't need the evaluation. If she can get a guardian of some sort in place, get a hold of Mr. Stockton, okay with it.
Thank you.
Dawson Jarvis. Dawson Jarvis. Commonwealth versus Dawson Jarvis, 25 CR 009. Are you Dawson Jarvis?
Yes.
Dawson at 25 CR 0016. You were born in 2001.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 7215. I'm going to appoint you public advocate. By the way, it wouldn't pay for it. Why aren't you working?
I had a job.
Well, I mean, that would be obvious if you're unemployed, you don't have a job. Why don't you have a job?
Had a drug problem.
When's the last time you employed? Trying to get it done.
Probably about a year ago.
Okay, you have a right to remain silent, you have an attorney here in the house. The grand jury of Clayton County is charged with disregarding a stop sign, possession of marijuana, possession of controlled substance not in the original container, possession of controlled substance committed federal, disregarding another charge of disregarding a stop sign. Operating under the influence. Display possession of canceled driver's license. Fleeing or evading in first. And possessing controlled substance method. You understand those charges?
Yeah.
Okay, I've signed a reciprocal discovery order. Requires the Commonwealth to provide you with the information they have to be prepared for your defense. Be back on April the 3rd for negotiation day at 9 a.m. and April 10th next week.
Okay.
Cen Randol. Commonwealth versus Cen Randol, 23 CR 0064. You are Cen Randol.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
You born in 1970?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7334.
Yeah.
You're on a probation application. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Yes, Your Honor, this is our motion for revocation. It's based on, Mr. Perigin, attempting to alter the results of a drug screen.
Your Honor, Tim is prepared to stipulate the violation to this court. If we have a hearing, he's prepared to tell the court that he got back on the stuff and was just out of his mind at the time and did attempt that. This is his first real big mess up and he'd really love to go to rehab for 6 months. But that would be his testimony. That's
Already accepted.
He, brought this in and it's,
Well, just tell me what
he brought a pen with him to the drug test.
blue.
It was in one of, I call it the snot suckers, you just get snot out your nose.
I don't use them myself, but I'll take your
Use
word.
them on kids.
That's Anderson's forbidden.
Yeah, use them on kids.
And he did, he was just,
Okay.
did I say something? Well,
Wait a second.
probably,
You're doing pretty
if he
well.
thinks it's a good idea, yes,
You're
but
doing pretty well right now. Just hold on. So he acknowledges, he had any other problem?
He had a dirty before that, and this is his second positive drug test.
What do you recommend?
Judge, I liked him. I've worked with him for years. And every time he's come to me, I tried to help him. But when you try to do stuff like this, it's hard to make supervisor.
What does the Commonwealth want to do?
I mean, I've talked to probation or parole and we're prepared to.
How much time does he have?
I think he has, he don't have a 3 years, he has a 3 years.
How many
What you got
days does
served?
he have?
you know.
I don't know that all the time. He's been in, he had some home incarceration time and stuff before.
He's got quite a bit of time in, we don't know what's that.
I think it would be better off for me to revoke him and go in front of the parole board. You get out and we'll have this strict supervision. And you talk to your attorney and we'll see.
Well, and what you're saying, Tim, is you've had this problem for 30 years, or 40.
Yeah.
And you need help. Have you ever been to a long-term rehab?
No.
Never been. If you've never been to one, maybe we should try it now.
They accepted it. They got me paid.
He was in drug court and got terminated from drug court.
Tim's a likable fella.
I'm not saying he's not like.
I know,
I
he
don't
just
like-
struggled with this
you know,
for
he's
many
been-
years.
Always been very courteous.
Yes.
We got kicked out of drug court. Now he's trying to alter these things and stick urine in them. We cannot allow that to happen. Cannot allow it to happen. If you had a dirty test, it'd be one thing, but trying to come in and play the system. So you'll be eligible for parole pretty soon. Isn't that right?
He should be, yes.
He should be.
Right now, before his home incarceration time is entered, he has 102 days jail credit.
It's 60 days.
60 days.
He's
He's
got
got
to be
to
hundred and sixty days. He's getting up pretty close.
Plus, he's been in jail 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Yeah, he'll get time. Make sure he gets time for all that stuff. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mickey Shelton. Commonwealth versus Mickey Shelton. 24 CR 4085. You Mickey Shelton. You were born in 1970. Last 4 years at social security number 7583. You're also here on a probation revocation of 20 CR 624. The jury of Clinton County fixed punishment for your possession of firearm by a convicted felon for 5 years. And on the PFO, they enhanced it by 2 years. So. What happened is misdemeanor case that was attached to it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, John.
The misdemeanor case that was attached to it.
We're gonna pause real quick, I'm not for sure.
We had a probation revocation. It wasn't a misdemeanor, 20 CR 0084. I'm gonna run it along with the other one. We'll see it. We'll revoke, let's revoke you on 20 CR 0084 and run it concurrent with this other thing, so we can take care of both of them at the same time. Okay, thank you very much. William Stearns.
Your Honor, does he need to do anything else for sentencing?
That was
That was in the thing.
And they revoke his case too.
William Stearns. Are you William Stearns?
Yes, sir.
24 CR 0033.
Sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, still morning. You born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security 1641. We're here on probation revocation. Has a Commonwealth episode.
I didn't see the motion. I'm trying to find our motion, Your Honor. I'm not finding it in the file.
Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, our basis of our motion looks like is for absconding. I could see from some notes on our file, he may have been put in CIC. Failure to report to probation pro officer as directed in absconding.
You gonna stipulate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stipulate. How much how much time do you have?
He has a 1-year sentence, Judge.
He's got how many days in?
I'll have to look to make sure. This time he's only got about a weekend, but before that, he was in jail for a pretty good stint, I think.
So you'll be able to knock that out. They'll throw you on out pretty soon. It'd be better for me to just go ahead and revoke your probation and get you out of probation. Okay? Hope things turn around for you, Mr. Stern.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Should be registered.
Now, do we have James Abson?
Yes, sir. We have.
Come up versus James Abson. 24 CR 050R James Abson.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Born in 1974.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security number 9964. We're on a probation application. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
So,
Pull my. Your Honor, it looks like the basis of our motion is for absconding and failure to report as directed.
You have any facts about it? What's probation parole have to say about this case? James Abson.
Basically, Judge, he reported one time to me and failed to report after that. I tried to call him. He missed his report day and he called me and said, "Hey, Carson, I missed my report day." I told him another day to come in. He didn't come in that day. I went out to that home visit. He didn't answer his phone. Went to the home visit. They said he wasn't living at that address anymore. And I got a warrant for absconding.
What do you got to say? Stipulate that. What was his sentence?
No, it looks like he got 3 years for possession of controlled substance.
Okay, well, I will revoke the probation and sentence him and make sure he gets all the time in. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else from the jail that we haven't seen?
Sure, we have a village grant, we don't know, he's required, and I'm going to bring one through as well.
Okay. Mr. Stockton ordered this individual brought up. What's his name? Yeah, share your feeling what we're. Do we have a plea in this case that we have? He's scheduled for trial.
The grant bill, that we're gonna get another negotiation day for him.
He got a trial schedule.
I think so. No?
No, that's another
Yeah.
inmate that they're bringing up.
Still this that. I don't know why. Because that.
He's not on our docket. We don't have this individual on our docket.
Mr. Penfield, you're not employed anywhere now? You're not employed anywhere now? You have a job, why is it?
I've been trying to get a job.
Where did you try it?
Tyson.
They wouldn't hire you? They wouldn't hire you at Tyson?
Well, I came to jail with them.
You what?
I came to jail when I was
Well, yeah, but,
showing up.
yeah, how long has it been since you've had a job?
A little while.
How much is a little while?
About 6 months.
Okay, I'm appointed public advocate. What's, what kind of charge is this? Possession, charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
What else? Operating on the vote suspended. Possession. Drug paraphernalia. Okay. What is his bond?
No,
Why is that?
it was marked as a deputy.
He did not appear.
I was late.
Does the Commonwealth know what he failed to appear to?
So we don't have to file with us or.
It was a pretrial conference.
Didn't come to the pre-trial conference.
Retrial conference on February 6th.
February 6th, he didn't attend.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why didn't he come on February 6th?
I was late.
Do what?
I was late, Your Honor.
You were late.
Yeah.
Were you, who were, you didn't represent him then?
I did represent that.
It wasn't a negotiation, it was pretrial.
That was a pre-trial. So you didn't get him, what time did you get him?
I don't recall exactly.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see that on April the 3rd for negotiation and April 10th at your next court.
Thank you.
Negative bond.
So,
Negative bond, Your Honor.
You need to talk to your attorney, you need to talk to Commonwealth. Okay. Is that it for the jail? The Maynard, you got a Maynard? The Maynard? Okay, those people can go back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have some scheduled for trial.
Let's go off there. Buttons pushed. Well versus John Maynard, 23 CR 0042. You are John Maynard.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
You were born in, what's your year of birth?
1962.
And the last four digits of your social security number 0138. And that you wish to enter a plea today, is that correct?
Yeah.
A motion has been tendered. It says you wish to do, are you currently under the influence? Come back over here just for a second. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that is named on the docket in 23 CR 0042 that we just identified?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea, but you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand that's right. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented in jury trial by counsel, the right to confront promise and all witnesses call testify against you, the right to accept evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to apply the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you guilty charge against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you have those rights.
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the precinct's investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event I don't accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to post a harsh sentence on you, then I withdraw your plea guilty and proceed to trial. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So what is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Finley?
On plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first offense, first degree methamphetamine, the defendant receives a sentence of 5 years to serve. And he shall receive credit for time served. On plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle under the influence, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 4 days to serve. The 5 years and the 4 days shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. Any evidence in this case will be disposed of in a manner appropriate to the laws of the Commonwealth.
So you want to come back? Is that your understanding of the recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amended indictment? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You do so of your own free will, know your constitutional rights that you've been read to your desire to proceed and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yeah.
You understand after entering this plea, any future felony convictions could be enhanced as far as range of penalty.
Yes, sir.
You also understand the DUI is enhanced, but also if you get another DUI can be enhanced. You understand that? Okay, is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Y'all accept the plea? And was there time to, was it gonna be probated or was it time sometime?
Time to serve.
It's time served.
Time to serve, okay. We'll schedule you for sentencing on April the 10th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the morning session of the 20th Circuit. Be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody be seated. Londa, aren't you a Tennessee Vols fan? Is that right?
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a Pick, no, I like the Pickett County Lady
Okay, I
Bobcats,
thought we were gonna have a
but no,
moment of silence for the Vols today, so.
no, I'm not.
Okay, let's start the child support docket. It's going ready. Melton versus Appleby.
Judge, this is a motion for default judgment. Probably need to have staff be put under oath.
Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth. The whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name.
Stephanie Witham,
By whom are you employed?
Clinton County Child Support,
What's your position?
caseworker.
Was there a complaint, child support complaint filed against Tony Michael Zachary Appleby?
Yes, he was served January 27th.
Okay, and since being served on January 27th, has he filed any type of written answer?
No,
Okay, and was child support amount figured in this case?
yes,
And how much is that?
$216 per month.
And is that based upon the Kentucky child support guidelines?
Yes,
Okay. That's all.
Did you impute minimum wage?
yes.
Yeah.
You got anything else?
He filed it.
We filed it, the order.
Yeah, would you like a judgment?
Yes, please. Yeah.
We will enter it in e-file. Moles versus Burchett.
Judge, in this case, the arrearage amount is $2,016.34. We're asking that the non-custodial parent pay $1,000 by April the 9th, Judge.
Okay, sounds reasonable.
Thank you, Judge.
Submit it, we'll e-file it. Cabinet versus Beth Davis.
Judge, in this case, their arrears is $2,212, and we're asking that $900 be paid by April the 9th of 25. And that's in the e-file system.
Cabinet versus Harbor.
In this case, Judge, similar to the last case in the amounts, 2212 is the arrearages. We're asking that 900 be paid by April the 9th.
Okay.
And that's e-file.
Cabinet versus Hutcherson.
It's our.
6 years.
Oh, so she's incarcerated. Okay, well, Judge, that kind of probably backing up in Harbor, it probably affects that. Megan just told me.
She just sent her today.
Yes.
Sent her today. Okay, so.
Hold that in abeyance.
Yes, hold it in abeyance.
Hutcherson.
Judge, in this case, asked that Nikki Hutchinson pay by April the 9th, and she called the child support office for a court today and basically gave a verbal, so we just ask that that order be entered.
Deborah Johnson.
Johnson, we have an agreed order, Judge. Is that in the e-files? Yeah, that's e-filed also, Judge.
Thrasher versus Thrasher.
Judge, we're asking the non-custodial parent to pay $1,000 by April the 9th. That's been submitted also. And then Mr. Craig just told me that Mr. Appleby just walked in. This is the default. Mr. Appleby, that were you, whether been a complaint filed with the child or you've been served back in January, but we hadn't heard from you, so that was the motion for the judgment today, but your child support's based upon minimum wage and it's $16 per month and it's paid. So that sounds good.
Even the date certain.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be okay.
Good.
Well, I start at Hutchinson's. I do orientation tomorrow, so I'll be making about 600 a week.
So that's good. So
That'd be perfect.
The wage
we'll do a
assignment.
wage assignment. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah, you
We'll
might
do a
wanna
wage
do it.
assignment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you know Monday. We'll give you a call Monday.
Okay.
Because I start work Monday.
Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Thank
Ivy versus Ivy.
Good luck. Thank you. That's our child support. See that? No, okay. That was not ours, Judge.
Okay,
I think we've covered all of ours today.
okay, we have Ivy versus Ivy. What is Ivy versus
Kathy said that was hers, but we'd have to renotice it. So we'll
Ivy? I'll
renotice.
inform you of these things for the, you know.
Yeah, they've got to.
Embarrass this man like that.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Judge. Yeah. Any news on the courthouse? Any justice center? I know, they said you got.
Yeah, let's go on the record. You get the parties in, Moons versus Moons.
Judge, I think Mr. Gibson is speaking with his client. We were speaking to see if there was any resolution we could make prior to the court following case.
You have to file on that. It's Moons versus Moons, parties can pull. Okay, this is a hearing on an EPO which was entered pursuant to a petition by Ashley in Moons versus Timothy Moons. I have read the petition, I signed the EPO. I guess the hearing is about whether it gets converted to a domestic violence order. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you want to proceed?
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, actually, we had some discussion before we came up here, and I was talking with my client. We didn't conclude that, but
If you want to go ahead and conclude it, I can call it.
yeah, give us just a couple of minutes.
Give y'all plenty of time. Okay. The next docket call doesn't come till 1:30. 0029-02. So is it here on to convert a DPO to a DVO? You want to proceed?
Yes, sir, that's good.
Okay, we'll call you. This should take a few minutes, shouldn't it?
Now, if I-
Several witnesses.
I just, one witness is concerned. Unless we have some on rebuttal, if it's necessary.
Well, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to call down to this other docket. See if there are any people here that we can knock out of the way here, so we have plenty of time. I don't want to rush to him.
We'll have to see.
Okay, you know, just have a seat there. Potential dockets. Okay, this is Kelsey versus Kelsey. Kelsey versus Kelsey. Wanda White is on here. Could somebody find Wanda White?
Wanda out there.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah.
Christie,
This
you
is
step up
Chris-
to Christie. If you would step up.
Christy Marie Kelsey versus Ryan Thomas Kelsey. Are you Ryan Thomas Kelsey?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you have here?
Your Honor, this was pursuant to a divorce that was entered in 21. It's a motion for contempt to show cause why he hasn't paid off substantial debt that he agreed to pay and that he was to have her name removed within 90 days of the
Of a
decree.
mortgage? Or what, notes or what? Tell me what they are.
He operated a
I
construction
just want to know
company,
what the debt, what kind of debts we're talking about.
Caterpillar Financial Services, they were on a contract. That one's about 52,000 total.
Yeah,
There is one left to Wayne Supply around 11,000
yeah.
and to Ag Direct around 2,000. And she's been making payments. There's been judgments entered in one of those
Been pay-
debts.
Making payments on those notes?
She, to secure her credit, yeah. He put debts in her name.
Your Honor, I spoke with Miss Anderson or Miss Kelsey and I have caught up and we've come to an agreement and I've been paying. I just had some hard time. I've been paying. And as far as getting in my name, it's very hard to do to get it switched over as far as credit wise goes.
Well, of course, they don't want to release her because she's making payments. You know, but now you agreed to get her off.
And I'm trying my best and she can attest to me catching up and paying what I need to pay.
Do what?
It's not caught up yet.
I'm not caught all the way up, no, but I am paying.
He's in default and we got letters from Caterpillar in December where
Okay,
he's
well,
in
now,
default.
okay, I have no doubt that there's merit to your motion. What effect will this have on the entire scheme of things, right, in the judgment? Will we put him in jail? Will that help him pay if I put him in jail?
If he would pay consistently,
Well, he's not
He's-
gonna pay
he's not.
consistently. So, you know, he's gonna pay when he can or when he wants to. Evidently, this is not as important to him as other things are. So if you just want to give up on it, do you have property? You can declare bankruptcy.
well, she has went that route, but I think it's difficult with what she owns for that
Well,
to
I mean,
happen.
that's a decision you have to make to see if you got property to make that, you know, you want to keep, that you want to protect.
She does.
And Your Honor, I have receipts where I paid and
You paid, but you haven't got her off of it. It's a burden on her to have that debt on her credit.
I agree, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I will,
What do you propose that I do?
I will
Just
pay
ignore it?
No, sir. I will pay consistently.
But
And
that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get her off of.
I tried to call Caterpillar and talk to them, but they want so much down, it's hard to pay to get it in my name.
How much do they want down?
They was wanting 15% down to get it in their name.
Of
in my
what?
name.
Of what?
That 52,000.
Well, it's about $7,500. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That should be doable.
It's hard, been very hard and I've got receipts where I've been paying.
I know you've been paying. can you understand what I am saying to you?
Yes, Your
What
Honor.
I'm saying is you were supposed to get the burden off of her because she's been having to pay when you couldn't to protect her credit rate. That wasn't the deal you said.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I please have 90, I will consistently pay. Can I please have 90 more days to get that in my name?
Get her off of it.
Yes.
I'll give you 60 days. 60 days. I want you to come back here and, this is, I guess on, May the 8th. I want you to come back here and show cause why you should not be held in contempt. If you've gotten her off of it, then it'll be over with. Okay? Is there anything else, Ms. White?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay,
I do
thank you.
have a confidential later, so I'll stick around.
Okay, thank you very much. Hope you get it done. Butler versus McIver. Butler versus McIver. David Frost is listed on here.
No, I'm not been that for a long, long time, Your Honor. Thankful.
Mr. Ted Lavin is on here.
Glad I think still there.
Motion set for trial. We'll pass over that. Byer versus Wallace.
Judge Nick Wallingford here on Zoom.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Honor, this was our motion to certify the judgment. If you recall, last month you heard that motion and Mr. Cross indicated that he wanted to file a response to that motion. You allowed Mr. Cross to file that motion, and we filed a reply to his response. I think one of the things that we would add onto the pleading is that a lot of the things that Mr. Cross has added to that are extraneous to this issue. There were some information about settlement and mediation discussions, but for the most part, Your Honor, that nothing's changed factually, that this is a loan that Mr. Wallace failed to pay back to Mr. Byer, that this court entered an order requiring him to repay that back in 2024. And we're simply requesting that this judgment be made final and appealable at this time, Judge.
Mr. Cross, would that be advantageous to your client to do that, to go ahead and appeal?
Your Honor, we feel like the balance of the case needs to be litigated. If the balance of the case is litigated, then at some point in time, it would be final and appealable. There are issues, offsets, things that we raised and have mentioned in our response. As we've advised the court before, it seems like there's an awful lot of lawyers involved in this case right now. And
well, that means there's not a lot of money.
Well, there's a lot of money being demanded, but I don't think there's a lot of money to be
I really have to have been fooled with this case for seems like 3 or 4 years. I don't know.
It's not been that long, but
2 years. I really don't see any hope of getting this thing unless you just take it a piece at a time. I don't see putting it all together and being able to get a jury trial order here. And they have this judgment that they want certified. Now, at some juncture, with the remaining balance of any other claims that you have, don't you think that this loan could stand on its own if there weren't all these other things going on? It's pretty straightforward.
Your Honor, it was not, when you've got two people that own 51 and 49% respectively of a company, and the 49% owner pays money in, and it's question about whether it was in fact a loan or a capital injection, then no, you have to remember, there's no loan documents in regard to this. These guys, the biggest mistake these people made was not having their paperwork in order from the get-go. Okay.
Well, the biggest mistake they came was coming down here and investing in this thing at all.
Well, that's Mr. Byer's problem.
Biggest mistake.
And you said investment. You didn't say loan, and that's what it was.
I said investment. Yeah, but you have investments and loans. What is your case that this was not a loan?
Well, Your Honor, part of it can be characterized as loans, but basically what buyer was doing was periodically paying money, basically so Wallace could make these land contract payments for Wilson and to get the company started up and make money. It enhanced the value of the company itself and kept the I said lease payments. It was a land contract with Wilson, which is now, Wilson says it's in default, and we think Wilson's right.
Sure you do.
We do.
Mr. Wallingford, what's your best argument that this was a loan?
Your Honor, Mr. Wallace admitted in discovery responses that these were loans. He stood in front of this court. We indicated the date and indicated that these were loans as well. And Mr. Cross right there as well acknowledges that at least part of these are loans. There's no question that these are loans. And if these are capital contributions, which they're not, they would have been reflected in the operating agreement. And we've already shown that operating agreement to the court. And this court's properly ruled on it back in early 2024.
I think over $300,000 of it was loans. 330 comes to mind. I'm not sure. Mr. Wilkerson, who's on may even recall that better than I do. He represents the third party.
I thought this was headed toward bankruptcy.
Well, Dale Hollow has filed bankruptcy because the 49% owner, Mr. Boyer, has placed it, Dale Hollow Charcoal, in bankruptcy. Now, Mr. Wallace has been very reluctant to file, but it does appear that may be looming upon the horizon. But Dale Hollow, and you know, I don't do bankruptcy law. Scott's in it, Robert Shadowan's in it.
Well, I think that I'm going to go ahead and certify this judgment, and that'll get everybody in it, maybe have some resolution. I don't see us ever being able to resolve this thing with as many different parties, and the lack of articulately stated partnership agreements, loans and things. It's the technical word I would use is a Monroe County term. I'm sure you gommed up deal. This is a gommed up deal. I don't think I'm capable here of doing anything about it. So I will go ahead and forward the documents electronically, and then maybe you can get everybody down there in that big court. They go to Bowling Green to here for London.
Bowling Green.
Western. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Your Honor, I only have, I think, one other matter. I discussed it with Ms. Thompson. It's a motion to intervene to get a master commissioner's deed. We only filed it yesterday because there's no notice on it.
It's where the party is deceased now and you did a title search?
Yes.
I think it's appropriate if you submit an order.
Okay. The order has been submitted.
Okay, we'll sign it. Yeah.
I believe that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. What's the name of that case? So it didn't make the docket.
Shelton versus Shelton. It's 10 CI. For James Shelton, the prison. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Rickland Lycus versus Denny, Auto and Marine. Mr. Wilkerson, do you have that case?
I do, Your Honor, representing the defendant, Denny Marine. I'm surprised that Mr. Plaintiff's counsel isn't on board here, but nevertheless, there has been a statement filed of record to let the court know that the matter has been resolved through mediation. So I can go ahead and articulate that for the court, but I believe there's an agreed judgment forthcoming.
All of you, praise to all of you. So if you'll give me an agreed order dismissing.
Sure,
okay.
That's in the works.
Okay, thank you so much.
Huh.
Scott versus Scott. Scott versus Scott.
Judge, I think we submitted an agreed order on that when we were passing it to May.
Okay. Now, is there anyone else? We have a confidential matter at 2. 2. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and start Moons versus Moons. How long is your confidential matter going to take?
It'll just take a few minutes. I
So
think it's
we'll
why I
take a
see
short
that.
break. We'll take a short break after 15 or 20 minutes of that. Get your thing done and then resume with Moons versus Moons, okay? Moons versus Moons, you want to call your first witness?
You want the tables, Judge?
Pardon?
You want to set the tables or?
Yeah, well, I'd like the witness up here and you can, I probably would prefer you to be up here.
Yes.
Podium if it's not too. Would you raise your right hand, please? On up, step on up, on the, swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Take a seat there and you sit, you sit, y'all sit out at the table. You take a seat there and lean toward the red microphone and use your outside voice, okay?
Okay. And Judge, at this time, I would also move for the rule. I've had the witnesses step out, but I just want to put it on
Okay,
record.
both sides here. That's, if you are a witness in this case, you should go in the witness room.
We subpoenaed a social worker, I don't know which one to do.
Mhm.
Will you go back in
Yes.
back rooms?
Okay, state your name, please.
Ashley Moons.
Okay, you may proceed.
Ashley, you filed a request for an emergency protective order and the court has read what you had filed. Can you just take up in your own words and tell us what your concern is as the reason you filed this?
My concern has just been the stalking and the harassment through text messages. The texts were very concerning. Text anywhere from God's gonna punish me to karma's coming for me. I've not received it yet. Until the last one that said, I can read it verbatim, but
Yeah, would you got it with you?
26 minutes after getting Jex back in his custody, he said, Ashley, I'm trying to be as clear as I can with you. Your worst dream you could imagine is about to come true.
What
So-
date did that occur on?
Sorry, Wednesday, 2/19/2025.
Okay. So what did you understand that to mean? Your worst dream is about to come true.
Well, my worst dream would, obviously any mother's, would be something happening to my children. And that, combined with, he's always lurking around. He knows where my children are at, even the children I do not share with him. He will text me, tell me I've left Max, my older son, at home, parked nearby, where I live. You can see my house from Burger King or the car wash. I mean, there's just multiple things. And it's my fear that he just cannot let it go, that our marriage is over.
Okay, you are currently, and I think the court knows this, in the middle of a divorce proceeding that is ready to be submitted to the court, right?
Yes.
And we've had, I believe at my count, 18 hours worth of testimony in that case, including
Yes.
the last one in front of this court. During those 18 hours of testimony, was there concern about past actions of Tim regarding stalking and you?
Yes, there has been.
And was it minor or was it something that gave you concern?
It's given me concern for several years now.
Okay. Why haven't you filed a domestic violence order before now, or a request for a domestic violence order before now on those issues?
I did file one initially in 2021, and I did retract that after feeling completely defeated. Went back. I wanted to make sure Jex is okay. I didn't move back in. I've tried to brush off several things. This divorce has lasted since, over a year now. I was trying to get, and it just seems like it keeps being delayed and delayed. I've expressed concerns for my safety. I just want some peace of mind for myself and my children.
Are you afraid for your own safety and the safety of your children?
I am.
And is that because of the stalking that has occurred over this past divorce?
Yes,
And has it, since we were in court last in front of Judge Williams, has his behaviors changed, or he was I think you testified he was making up to 1,000 texts a day.
I'm not
after the
receiving,
restraining
I'm
order.
sorry, I'm not receiving as many, but I'm receiving several. At one point, there were 1,200 messages a day. Now it might be 100.
Was that before or after his agreed restraining order about a year ago?
After the restraining order, I would still receive hundreds of text messages.
And after we were in court the last time, at least according to your statement here, that has continued. right?
Yes,
And to the point now that you are having concern about your own health, safety and welfare and that of the children, right?
yes.
Yeah. I think that's all I have.
That's why we have any questions.
You mean me?
Oh, wait, I do have.
Scats, excuse me.
I
I
do
was
have-
looking at Miss White. Are you involved in this?
I'm not.
Are you looking at 10? Miss Caps, you?
Judge me, I'll ask one more question.
Sure.
I'm going back. After this order was entered, do you believe that his stalking behavior has continued
Are you talking about the?
after the
EPO?
EPO was entered?
Yes, it has continued.
And how do you know that?
Well, we have had an incident that occurred on March 1st when I took Jex to his basketball game. Was supposed to arrive at 8:15. I arrived at 8:23. And then once I was in at the game, I was videoing the game where I seen our son on the benches with Tim's older son, and he was FaceTiming. When I asked Jex who he was speaking to, he said his dad. I did see Tim drive up and down the road during that time, and I later had found out that he had also been in the parking lot as well, circling.
Then did that result in criminal complaint being filed with the county attorney's office,
Yes, it
which
did.
is currently pending?
Yes,
That's
it
all I have, Judge.
Miss Caps.
Now, Ms. Moons, you don't deny that on the 19th of February that you
Would you
learned.
come
that
up here at the podium? That'd be okay. I can see you.
All right. You don't deny that on the 19th of February of this year, that you learned that there was a social services report made against you involving your minor child, do you?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you don't deny that you mentioned that to Mr. Moons when you all did your exchange of your son on the
Could you tell me
19th?
what that was about?
Which question do I need to answer?
Mine.
Social
services.
services. After going to a basketball game in Cumberland County on the 15th, Tim has actually threatened to call social services on me before, in past. And so after that game, he actually threatened not to bring Jakes back that day because there was a male at the game that drove there on his own, to watch Max play basketball. He said he was not going to return him that afternoon. I told him I would be there per court order. So I did show up at that time to get in. He was 15 minutes late, and he did tell me that if he was around that male, that he would take more action than he already has. So that is where
Is that
that,
what the complaint was about? What was the complaint about?
the complaint was saying that I really don't know, that I yelled at my children and hit them. But I also have the social worker.
It was a complaining person who made it.
Well, I'm going to assume that it was
So you
Tim.
can't assume.
Okay.
So you're not aware. It's a confidential, private complaint.
Well, she said she couldn't tell me.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's confidential.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to.
And on that issue, that individual that was around your child on the 15th of February was Chris Reeder, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
That was not who that was.
No, I don't even know who that is.
Okay, but it was somebody that was there with you that got in trouble at the game for causing some kind of disturbance.
No.
Let me ask this again. Was it Clifford? And get his name correct, just to make sure. That Clifford Jasper was thrown out of the ball game from that incident on the 15th.
What is?
He was not. He was not.
What incident are you asking?
I'm asking her about the particular incident where social services was reported about her son being around this individual.
He was not thrown out of the game.
To your understanding from speaking with the social worker, there were some reports involving Clifford Jasper and his interactions with your son that were reported to social services, correct?
I think that he was on there, but she couldn't divulge any of that to me.
Okay. And Clifford Jasper was there to see your son, Max, because you all are involved in a relationship of some type, correct? Okay. So that was some of the concerns that were expressed to the social worker about your interactions with that individual with your child present.
I would assume you would have to ask the social worker.
And I guess the referee was Chris Reeder that had interactions with Mr. Johnson that day, right?
He did not.
Okay. Now, you said that you were so concerned on the 19th of February, but you went to the gym and sat in close proximity to Mr. Moons on February the 22nd, didn't you?
What game was that? I've not sat in close
For
proximity.
a practice
to
for
him.
your son, Jex, and you actually went up and interacted with Mr. Moons after the conclusion of that practice.
I did not.
Oh, you did, okay. And then you didn't actually file for the EPO until February the 24th, 5 days after you say that you perceived some type of threat in the text message, correct?
Yes, I waited till my son had come back to me. And I also contacted the county attorney and was advised to file the EPO.
But you're familiar with the EPO process. I think you said that you had already done that previously in 2021.
Yes.
So you're familiar that if you had filed it immediately at the time that you say you felt threatened, that they could have taken steps to protect your son at that time, right?
I did not trust that because the last time I filed it, it did not work that way. So to my understanding, I did what I thought was doing the best to protect my child.
Now, the text messages that you referenced in your hearing, they don't make a specific threat of harm to either you or Jex, do they?
No, they're veiled threats.
But that's your interpretation. They don't actually make a statement that he's going to do anything to you physically, do that.
Where was this ball game at? Cumberland County or here?
It was at the championship, one of the
It's in Cumberland.
tournament games, but ours.
You just need to be quiet and not make any signs. You got an attorney and she'll get an opportunity to talk to you. So you I would suggest you make notes or something so you don't forget it.
Sorry, sir.
And you don't need to volunteer things. Your attorney will have an opportunity to question you, okay? Go ahead.
Judge, I'm not sure actually.
I
Which
just got a
ball?
little confused when you got Reader and this other guy, you know. I know who Reader is. He's a basketball. Was there some conflict with Reader and someone at the game? Is there?
This Clifford Jaspers that Ms. Moons is involved in a relationship with.
Okay.
And that her son is also in the proximity around during that time. And I think you previously testified that you had asked the court to dismiss the EPO back in 2021 that you filed, but that's not accurate, is it?
What do you mean? I did ask them to drop it. Is that what you're asking?
I'm looking at the order from October the 4th of 2021, where it says that this court heard proof and testimony on a hearing. And there was not a conversion to a DVO in that case, was there?
I came before the court and asked them to drop it before the 45, it was extended for 45 days. I came before the court before that time was up and asked them to drop it because Tim had promised that he would seek counseling.
So you're going to dispute this court's order that says that you appeared with counsel, he appeared with counsel, and both parties offered testimony for the court to consider the evidence?
We offered testimony and then I came back after the 45 days was up in front of Mr. Williams and I dropped it.
Judge, I'm going to ask her to review the court order and refresh your memory. Does it say anything about you moving to dismiss that EPO in place?
It does not, but this was extended for 45 days after they did this. And then I came back in and I dropped the EPO.
But it doesn't say that you did that. It says that that was a ruling from the court, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
I'm
I'm just telling
asking you what the order
happened.
says.
Well, we can make the entire record part here. It speaks for itself.
Now, in those text messages that you've based this petition on, Isn't he also clarifying a little bit further about how he's concerned about that you'll be jealous over him when he gets involved in a relationship, and he's asking you to just think about your relationship with him? He's not making threats in that, is he?
He had sent messages to say that I would be upset when he got someone new. Yes.
But that's in those particular messages from the 19th. He's not threatening you. He's talking to you about your all's relationship.
The one that he sent me on the 19th is a separate message that said exactly that. I have it here. It's not included
Do you
in.
have it printed out and copied where we can see that?
I have this one. It's in a separate message.
That doesn't show all of that message that's in there, does it?
No, I can.
Do
I
you
can
have
pull
the
more
whole
up.
message?
I can pull all of them up. I have every message since 2017.
So again, what you've brought here today, it doesn't say the full message exchange between you all.
Let me ask, I'm getting lost here again. This has been going on for a long time, and I've heard a lot of different testimonies, and we've reviewed Commissioner Sol's hearings and that sort of thing, and I think that today you offered some findings.
Yes.
And I think opposing counsel several days ago gave findings. Okay. Now, is there presently, or was when this complaint, this EPO was filed, was there any order in place that he should refrain from contact?
That's actually where I was going to next, Judge. I was gonna
Go
ask.
ahead and get that.
All right, well, there was no order actually ever entered in place. They had an agreement during that time period between March the 26th until the next court hearing that they would not contact each other. But there's never been a civil restraining order actually put in place on the record.
But there was in the record an agreement.
They stated on the record that they agreed to not contact each other. But then the parties, we had presented proof in the hearing that the parties reconciled during the time period of that. And that's what.
You guys sure about that?
So have there been times throughout this process since you all initially separated in 2021 that you all have reconciled and had discussions about reconciliation multiple times?
I have not ever had a discussion that I was going to reconcile with him. We had a brief moment where we were getting along better, and I testified to that earlier in court. I'm not sure if it was the December one or not. And the reason why I did that, and that was because he had come over not to my house and brought some things for Jex while I had COVID. And I had testified that it was much easier to appease him. Things were going great. I'm exhausted from all of this. I want to be left alone, and I want to know that I am safe and my children are safe.
So you took a trip with him to Gatlinburg in that time period too?
No, I did
as
not.
well. Sometime between 2021 to 2024, you all went on a trip to
I took a
Gatlinburg.
trip to Gatlinburg immediately after I dropped the EPO in 21. That was in October, I believe.
And I believe there was testimony admitted previously too, wasn't there, that Tim had actually come to your house and you had cooked meals for him in the past as well during this time period? You're saying that you weren't comfortable or fearful of it.
During that time, which I've already testified to, but that's what I was just talking about, that yes, I did let him come over. And I said that I was completely exhausted from all of it and that it was easier to appease him. I never reconciled with him. No, I did not.
And so.
Were these trips to your home after y'all made the agreement not to contact?
No.
Actually, Judge, I think there were some
But
proof.
you need a question.
That's what I was fixing to ask.
What
So
I'm trying to do is hone it down to not go over like a 10-year period back and forth.
This is,
You go ahead and ask her, but hone it in after this agreement.
So you don't deny that hearings after that, that we submitted pictures that showed you and Tim together interacting with each other, where you were kissing him on the cheek and different things?
no, there was a picture, I think, where he had attempted to kiss me on the cheek and I told him not to do that. Jex was sledding. This was before the civil restraining order.
And
That was in January.
And do you deny that in December of 2024, that you contacted Mr. Mooms and again talked to him about you all reconciling?
I did not.
And as we sit here today, he's not physically harmed you from October of 2021 to the present, has he?
He is not physically harmed me, no.
Okay. And you
I was
have,
just thinking the petition about a question, there was a bruise. When did that happen? When there was that an old?
That was the
petition?
original.
That's the original. petition.
and then Judge, I think there was testimony in that hearing
Well, I'm
presented
just asking.
by her, by his
I
sister.
won't consider it if it was in that first petition, because that's past.
That's prior to that. And I think there was testimony proving that that was not actually where he
I'm
had.
not- It doesn't bother me. That's old news.
I don't have any other questions this time.
I do have a couple, yeah.
Okay.
The agreed restraining order was entered in the March hearing, correct?
Yes, March of 2024.
I don't know whether it's correct. You need to listen to this, Ms. Gill. I don't know whether it's correct to refer to this as an agreed restraining order. What was it referred to in the court?
An agreed restraining order that Ms. Capps was to prepare and submit it for signature. I've got the dates and the times and the
You got
statements.
what it says?
I do. It's in my pleading.
Why did you not submit that?
Judge, I don't recall that I agreed to submit the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll look at the record, it'll stand for itself. I don't remember it even. Go ahead. So yeah, I'll refer to that subject to being validated by the record, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was you just testified that there was no physical violence between you and him after that restraining order, after the original domestic violence order, correct?
Yes,
You also testified there was a lot of violence prior to that, correct?
yes,
Okay, so given your prior claims of violence by him, does that give you concern that he may do that in the future?
it does.
Specifically because he made a threat like he made?
Yes, it does.
Okay, now tell me about this ball game. This was after the EPO was entered, correct?
We're talking about several different ball
Okay.
games.
Well, let's talk about the one where he was arrested after, because it's in Cumberland County.
The one,
Okay, I'm really confused. I'm sure the court is too. How many different ball games were there that you were talking about with Ms. Capps?
3. In the first ball game, it was a ball game in Cumberland County, Southwestern versus Cumberland County, which I was there for the JV game with Cliff Jasper. I went home and he actually came to my house not long after. Cliff Jasper. Not long after that, and we watched the rest of the ball game on TV. It's recorded. The person she was talking about being thrown out was a man named Larry Gallagher. There was also a younger guy that had some words with the referee. I cannot remember his name. I can get it, but I can't remember his name. It was not Cliff Jasper.
Did Cliff Jasper have any kind of conflict with anybody at the ball game?
No.
Okay,
Then the other ball game that we're talking about was on February 15th, where Cliff came to watch my son play in Cumberland County at the freshman district tournament. And he left after the game, but that's when Tim said that he was not going to return checks and that he had put things in motion, which would be my understanding was the DCS.
Okay.
And then from there on March 1st, this was after the EPO. That's when Jex had a ball game at the elementary school.
okay. And after the entry of the emergency protective order, has he had any continued communication with you?
I received 3 text messages from his mother asking why Jex wasn't in school and that Tim had a right to know. And then no other communication other than, I mean, there's been no communication to me, just the situation that happened at the school.
Okay.
You mentioned that someone got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Go into that a little bit. Ask her. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Did you approach Michael Raines with the issue of a potential violation of the EPO that occurred at this last ball game?
I did.
And what did you tell Mr. Raines?
I told him what happened and I showed him, what I had as evidence of that. he contacted the SRO to get video footage. And then he suggested that we file, I guess, I don't know what you call it, a complaint or a violation or whatever that's called. And then from that, he was arrested, Tim was arrested.
So what do you understand that the SRO resource officer at the school, is that who you're talking
Yes,
about?
Cumberland County School
Yeah.
right here.
Clinton.
Clinton County. Okay, so what evidence did he have that he presented to Michael Raines?
There was video footage of him circling the parking lot and driving.
Tim, you mean Tim?
Yes, Tim, and driving up and down the street.
Okay. And as a result of that, Mr. Raines filed an arrest warrant for Mr. Moons, correct?
Yes.
And he was arrested, he's out, and there's a criminal case pending against him. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Where did the arrest take place?
Do you know
Well, the
where?
reason I'm asking in all candor, I was over at the basketball games and the people that were taking up the gate over there came up to me and said that the police were over there looking for Tim Moons. And they asked me what, I said, well, I don't know anything about that. And I immediately walked off. So I just want to put that out there. So there were people over there at the district tournament that were talking about the police over there looking for Tim Moons. And so I just want to know if they had arrested him over there or if did they arrest him somewhere and take him
Judge,
into
the
custody?
alleged violation is well after the district tournament. That's something that supposedly happened at a game of their sons this past weekend.
Okay, well, they were over, the word was out that the police, and I'm just telling you this out of complete candor, okay? That the word was out over there that there were police over there looking for Tim Moons.
I think it was my understanding that they had been made aware there was an EPO and that if he showed up at the game, they would be arresting him.
All right, well, I immediately got away from that when somebody said something about it. I just went back up and sat down in my seat, go ahead.
You weren't around when Mr. Moons was arrested, were you?
No, I was not.
You had no knowledge of anything that occurred after you spoke with Michael Raines, correct?
And just for clarification, he was not arrested by law enforcement. He was made aware that there was a violation charge and he went and turned himself in.
There was some indication of a complaint against you by someone on potential you doing something wrong around your kids, right?
Yes.
And have you been investigated by a social worker on that issue?
Yes, I have.
Do you know who that was?
Her name is Carla Zapata.
Is that the lady who's here
Yes,
now?
she is.
Did you speak with her for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Were you completely candid with her on every answer response?
Yes.
Has there been any kind of substantiation or any complaint made against you?
She told me that I was all clear.
Okay. Was there any indication that she might be looking into Mr. Moon?
She was concerned once I showed her, that I felt like, where this came from.
Judge, I would object. I mean, they've got the social worker here. She can testify to what her concerns or things.
That's correct. Yeah. That's all I've got.
You have any other questions?
And Ms. Moon's back this past Saturday. You didn't arrive at the parking lot until 8:23, correct?
Yes, I was supposed to be there at 8:15, but I was running late.
And from your understanding with the SRO, what you said is there's no proof that he was actually in the parking lot when you were there, is there?
Yeah, there's video footage. I'm not really sure what you're asking. He's here
There's
also.
no video footage, to your knowledge, of him actually being in the parking lot with you on the first.
I
is
was
there?
in the school. So he would have been in the parking lot.
So you're not aware if it was actually in the parking lot or just on the public road?
He was in the parking lot.
While you were there?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, you can stand down and you can call your next witness.
I'll call the social worker. Yeah. He's back there. Come down here.
You raise your right hand, please. Just right, this one that gives truth, hope.
Okay.
You lean forward to the red microphone and state your name and your outside voice and then your employee.
Carla Zapata, and I'm employed with DCBS.
Zampardi,
Zapata.
Zapata.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Zapata, did, in your capacity working for the Department for Social Services, did you receive a complaint involving Ms. Moon sitting over here?
I did.
You know when you received that?
February 17th of 2025.
Who made that complaint?
Tim Moons.
And what was the substance of the complaint?
That Miss Moons was physically abusive to the littlest Jex, and that the eldest son has autism.
So that was a complaint because the oldest son has autism?
Yes,
Is that-
which he does not have autism.
Is that a abuse, neglect, or dependency action?
No.
Okay. So what was she supposed to have done physically to Jex? And when?
I have a report right here if I'm allowed to read it.
Yeah, I'm good with that if the judge is.
It says RS, which stands for reporting source, reports he gets AV, which is a child, 1 week, Wednesday to Saturday,